we sit with each other and chat. Om Gyana Tamarandasya Gyana Gyana Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sapadantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Tama Krishna Goswami Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Panchakalpa Charuvyascha Kripa Sindhubhya cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Okay, Hare Krishna, everybody. We'd like to thank you all, daughters of Gurudev, who are first here, for coming to share so many years of experience with Gurudev and so many years to reflect on that time that you had with him and with the spiritual family that he built. I know we don't have a big group today, but our intention is to record many of these memories, to really pick a topic and to dive deep with one another and to share this with our community. So I thank you all for your time here. If possible, we can try to speak for an hour and a half and then leave time for any community members who would like to inquire deeper into any aspects of things. As I mentioned in the group chat, it would be wonderful to focus today on preaching. Gurudev was such a dynamic, mature, revolutionary person. And so I will pass you all the mic, and I can't wait to hear more.
Okay. Well, I have to say that the most impressive thing was when I first met Gurudev in 1978. I had the chance to meet him in Houston in the spring of 1978. He had just come from India, and he was visiting the Midwest, and he came to Houston. And the first thing I saw when I came in the room was stacks of books, big book boxes everywhere. And he was raffling the boxes. And, okay, come on, let's get these boxes going. And all these men and ladies, they were putting out $100 at a time per box. And I put my hand up, and my mom put my hand down. She said, no, you don't have that kind of money, so you better not bid on the box of books, So anyway, that was Gurudev's style, is that the guests on the Sunday feast, it was a Sunday, and it was just incredible, just seeing how the books were just flying out the door. And I just thought, what are these books? And it opened a box for me. It was Bhagavad Gita as it is. And they had them both in Hindi and in English. And it was so impressive. And I thought, this is a person who just lives for this moment, who lives to give these books out. And then when we came to Dallas a few months later in December of the same year, it was the same mood. And everybody was just fired up just to get out on books. And we had very nice devotees here to train and to teach you how to approach people nicely, smile, give them a flower. Don't worry. If they don't give you a donation, that's fine. And if they do, then you can introduce the book. And so that was our method. We had that little icebreaker. We'd give a flower or a stick of incense or something, and they'd melt. And then Gurudev would just live for the results. So every day we'd come home, we'd shower, get ready, go to the Darshan room, and Gurudev was just waiting to hear the results. And that's what it was like between 78, 79, 80, and then, when I got married and was pregnant with my first child, he came into the art gallery, and we had all these guests because we ran a sale every Saturday. And so Gurudev walks in, and I just kind of mentally offer my obeisances because there's people all over the gallery, and I can't really, go offer proper obeisance. And he comes right up to me and he whispers in my ear, "Just see, you're not offering your obeisances to your guru." And I'm laughing and blushing, really. And he's just laughing, And he's just enjoying seeing all the people. And all the people got little books and prasadam. Anyone who came into the gallery, it was, they had a little refreshment stand. And they get prasadam cookies and lemonade. And they get a little book to go with them. So, yeah, his whole mood, preaching, and that's what this restaurant's all about. This is what this temple room is all about, and forging relationships and helping us get to know each other and become strong friends. And now I'm going to pass it on to my beloved God sister Indra Neelamani, who I had the privilege of seeing first come to Houston when she and Radha Vinod first came to Houston. So it was Jai.
Haribo. Here. Oh, okay.
Oh, here comes Rupa Nuga.
Sorry? Hare Krishna. My name is Indra Neelamani, and yes, so as Kunti was reminiscing, Brother Vinod, my husband, and I, we first came to the temple in Houston. Actually, we came December 31st of 1980. And then after being there a few months, they invited us to move here to Dallas. So we came here in the beginning of 81. And so by then, like the devotees who joined in Shri Gurudev in 78, 79, they were doing a lot of book distribution. And by the time I came, Gurudev had instructed for his disciples to create a business, like a temple business, Krishna business, which was selling paintings. Because Gurudev was a person who had always a vision, who was always ahead of the game. And he had a little bit of resistance from other temples. They didn't quite like the fact that he had told his disciples to not do book distribution, to give it a pause. But what happened is that some of the temples were under a lot of pressure to maintain all the programs with book distribution. So while doing book distribution, sometimes they were maybe pushing a little too much, and then the people start getting a little bit, it started creating like a bad image of the devotees. So Srila Gurudev felt that it was time to change that image and to improve it, and he thought it would be wonderful to have a first-class restaurant and a first-class temple, like the one we're sitting here. And so through the painting business, we could collect money, and we could sponsor all these projects. And also because there start being more grihastas also in the community. So there also was a way for them to maintain themselves. They could keep a percentage of the whatever money they made from selling paintings. And so I witnessed when I first joined here, when I first came in February of '81, many of you must have heard how this temple was a basketball court, and the floors were greenish concrete, and you could see the lines and the circles, and it was just incredible. And then he engaged all the devotees, who some of them had no experience, how to build this beautiful, beautiful temple, the pillars. I have a little bag that is flying here. And and the domes and the altar and everything. So it was like a magical transformation. And so I did, for 10 years, I sold paintings to raise money. And then when, like the restaurant, Kartikeya and Nandini can share more about that because they were a big part of that restaurant preaching. But it became #1 in the Southwest region, and it started attracting a lot of people, even celebrities would come. And so at one point, after 10 years, I had been doing paintings and raising money for these projects. Gurudev felt, okay, it's time to do book distribution again. And so then I did book distribution for another 10 years. And so the wonderful thing is to see how Gurudev, he evolved with the times, right? Like first, like when he joined, it was a lot of Harinam and street Sankirtan. Then we did the painting business. Then we did airports. Oh, I had this little bug, that loves me. Maybe it's attracted about all the katha about Gurudev. And then we did book distribution then he went to college campuses. He said, go and preach on the campuses. And then we started doing home programs, and everything kept evolving according to time and place. And I just want to tell a short personal story. Well, when I joined first, my first service was sweeping the floors and washing the pots, and I did that for like 6 months. And then one day I bumped into Srila Gurudev on the sidewalk here on the side of the temple. He said, what are you doing these days? I said, well, I'm washing pots and sweeping floors and mopping floors. He said, well, why you're not going on Sankirtan? Sankirtan, for anyone who doesn't know, is like when we go out and distribute books or do preaching, right? And so I said, well, I don't know. I get a little nervous to go and meet people I don't know. And no, you shouldn't be nervous. Actually, they'll be nervous when they see you coming. But just joking. I said, but he said, you're going to do great. And so with that instruction came the ability. And by his mercy, I was able to do quite well. And so he engaged me in book distribution, and I was like up there, most of the time, which brought him a lot of pleasure. And he used me to poke on the brahmacharis, like during marathon especially. He would go to Los Angeles and say, what, are you letting a woman beat you? Well, how is this? Not only that, but she's pregnant. And then the following year, are you letting this Indranila Mani beat you? What are you going to do about it? She has a baby. When she comes home after Sankirtan, she's nursing, and you are brahmacharis with no other responsibilities, and she is beating you. So anyway, he would use her like that. He would use me like that to encourage them and create a little competition. And then I had my older daughter, Shamali, but then when I had my second child, it became a little hard to keep up the challenge, to keep up that ranking of being on the top of this, book distributors. And so I started doing less Sankirtan, less preaching, and taking care more of my young children who were 5 and few months. And I started feeling a little guilty in my heart, like, oh no, I'm not doing so much, not deserving of his mercy. So when he would come to visit, I would kind of hide. If I saw him walking, doing his job on the streets, I would stay inside and like avoiding him. And so I wrote him a letter saying, just sharing my feelings. And he wrote me a beautiful letter. And Srila Gurudev said, dear Indranila, you shouldn't feel this way. Actually, many times we measure Krishna consciousness by the results of our activities. But actually, it's broader than that. Krishna consciousness is a matter of the heart and our consciousness. And now that you're a mother, motherhood is a wonderful role because it softens the heart, and the heart is the birthplace of bhakti. So raising your children is your service now. And while you do that, you should think of Krishna's pastimes and get immersed in his pastimes and holy name. And in this way, your heart will become softer and your bhakti will blossom. So I thought it was so beautiful because Gurudev showed in this way how he adapted his instructions according to where the disciples were at or the situation we were living or time and place, right? And he used that also for service. You know, he adapted, he evolved with the time and place, right? Like when he instructed everyone to build this beautiful temple and restaurant. So I think when preaching, that's what we have to do. When also see who we're talking to. It's not just one mold, you know, like we tell everybody the same thing. Chant Hare Krishna, these are the rules, these are the do's, these are the don'ts. But actually, Gurudev made decisions with his intelligence and with his heart. So when we preach, I think we can follow his example and also see who we're talking to, be very personal, and preach from your heart, connect heart to heart with the people that we preach. And in this way, they'll be attracted to Krishna and to this beautiful philosophy of bhakti. So that's, pass it on.
Hare Krishna. So beautiful listening to all the pastimes, the early years, and very, very nice. So, Hare Krishna, my obeisances to all the devotees, near and far. Yes, Srila Gurudev was a visionary, and he was right outside the box. Yes. He understood what was needed. Mm-hmm. He didn't want the public to be offended with the devotees, turned off by the devotees. He wanted to create an environment where people would appreciate the devotees, appreciate the philosophy even. And so the restaurant was one place, and this beautiful temple was another. So he initiated temple tours, and there's pictures of Govinda. I was also giving tours. Chaitanya Chandra, he taught us how to do the tours. And people would come in and be so appreciative. He had this little basket. He didn't want people to be inconvenienced. So there was a basket of those little like cloth shoes covers you could put on. They were blue, and then they became white, I think. And yeah, he wanted people to be able to sit down and not have to hassle taking off their shoes. They could come right in. He was so expert in this idea, and people were so appreciative. There were lines going outside. And I have a picture, I think in my book I shared with you. I have a book of Srila Gurudev and many pictures, and one was the early years. This temple was packed. Gurudev had invited all of his senior godbrothers. They were all in the front. And I pointed out to Indra, it was in the early years. I was sitting there, I had dark, short hair then. And I said, here, I was sitting right there, you know. So anyway, in this time, what I wanted to really emphasize is the service of my dear God Sister Krishna Shakti. So Krishna Shakti was instrumental in many aspects of preaching in this temple. And there was a program called FOLK, the Friends of Lord Krishna. And so Krishna Shakti was living, off of Lindsley. I don't know. She was living down the way in a beautiful house, and she had it decorated to the nines, and Krishna was there. And so she would invite so many friends. And this was Gurudev's beautiful preaching. He wanted to cultivate, regular working people that were working in the world, friends of Lord Krishna. And he would give classes almost every week. She packed the place. I always went anywhere where Gurudev was giving classes. I wanted to be there and hear his beautiful preaching, and then questions would come up. So this was glorious. Gurudev was always, reaching out to the kings and the queens and the street sweepers. He knew no difference, and he knew, Indranila mentioned this, he knew exactly how to inspire and relate whoever it was he was meeting. And that example was given when our beloved spiritual master left, because he was doing preaching at Thanksgiving Square. And so many religious scholars and top persons from every religion, top rabbis and the top Christians, so many people. And he did this for many years. And when he left, they all came here and spoke. And there wasn't a dry eye in this temple room. The love and the relationships that he forged with all of these religious scholars. And he mentioned in his later years, because he was a fired up preacher, he had his Radha Damodar party, and then what happened? He inherited this community, and he made it a vibrant, loving Grahasta community with children and loving relationships with us all. I felt home when I first came. I thought, wow, I can see this here. So Gurudev was, he was a visionary. And one sweet little pastime, he was always preaching no matter what. He came to our home in Tiburon. We had a group of people there, and he said, what verse should I speak of? And I gave him this verse, and anyway, it was beautiful how he preached. And so loving walking. We were on a peninsula. He would walk with my husband, myself, and our little son Jairam, who was, what was he, Ross? 6 maybe? About 6 years old. And and if we listened to his lectures, how he was preaching all over the world, everywhere. And opening up China was just the most amazing thing. So he was a very, our Gurudev, Hare Krishna, when he took us to New Vrindavan with Mathuranath and Leela. This had to be what, 82, maybe? 83? And it was such a special time. And Andrew was asking me, what happened on the way back on that plane? And so he had asked me to arrange for bus tours to come to the temple. And, I was endeavoring to do that. It was a pretty motley community back then. Everyone remembers Dharma. You all remember you were here. And so when we were coming back on the plane, he was sitting with, different devotees and talking. There was a seat between. And that was his preaching too, bringing us to New Vrindavan to experience, even it was the early days. It was so special. He was very kind in preaching to us and taking us in his shelter. That was his speciality, wasn't it? He would encourage everyone, no matter where they were, with love and sometimes fire, but it was always love. It was always to purify us. So anyway, coming back on the plane, I sat next to him and he told me, so now I don't want you to continue with these tours because, it doesn't seem like the time. And I went, no, Gurudev, I can do this, So 3 times I said, no, Srila Gurudev, I can do this. And the 3rd time he hit me on the head with a pillow and said, you don't say no to your spiritual master. So even that was blissful. I felt like, flowers were coming from the spiritual world on my head. So anyway, there's so many pastimes to share, but basically he was a forward preacher. He was a forward preacher.
Could I get you to speak a little bit more about these tours? When Radha Vinod Prabhu came, he sat me down and he was like, this was the vision. If you have the capacity, please continue
Yes.
about the details of these tours. 'Cause they're
Sometimes I
pretty
feel like
incredible.
that's what I have to take up now. But yeah, he wanted that. But in that time, it was the very early, it was, the community was in pretty much disarray at that point. And that's why he said, this is the time to do this. But he was inspired to try to arrange for tours. And I remember, what is it, Nityananda Chandra, who doesn't live here anymore, right? Is that what his name, Nityananda Chandra? He had all kinds of chairs lined up here. And he said, Nandini, come in. I want you to interact with these people. And it was a lot of senior, older people. And that was several years ago. But yes.
And maybe you all can correct me. Radha Vinod Prabhu mentioned that he wanted to partner with the Arboretum, partner with a few spaces that back then were the places to visit when you came to Dallas.
Right.
And that you visited here alongside many of other places, and that we also became a spiritual institution with speakers not just from our own religion, from other
Interfaith.
places.
Yes. Yeah.
If anyone remembers more about that, I'd love to hear more.
What was her name? Esperson? Elizabeth Esperson. Yeah, she came here many times. Yeah, from Thanksgiving. A lot of these. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Nandini saying Srila Gurudev cultivated very close relationship with all these leaders from different religions, and Elizabeth Esperson was in charge of the Thanksgiving Square, and we went there for different meetings, and but I think this could be a great time to kind of revive that idea of the tours, right? Because even the community, the surroundings is so much more beautiful. I think it was not the right time yet.
Yeah.
So the temple was beautiful, but maybe outside. So,
Right.
but now it's very beautiful. So that could be
Yes.
really nice.
Yes, maybe I have to meditate on this instruction that he gave me so many, many years ago. Maybe now is the time to enact that, to do that. And yeah, he was a visionary. He had the vision of this whole community. Yeah, and we went out also, my husband and I, on painting Sankirtan, and I do remember I was at a cart, probably, what was that mall, Ross, that little mall? No, there was another one I did here in Dallas, maybe outside where, yeah, and Gurudev came also, I remember. And I was just, I was flustered. But he was smiling and he was encouraging. That was his mood. He would encourage us. So Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Okay. Hare Krishna. My name is Kartikeya Das, and I've been married to Nandini for 53 years, so I'm definitely going up, at least to Vaikuntha. I had to put up with her all these years. Anyway, yes, Gurudev was, an expert in handling every devotee according to where the devotees were. It was so amazing. When we joined, I was about 32, and I was all my life I've been doing business. And when we first came to the temple, those days in the early 80s, devotees were saying, yeah, so you move in and you give up everything you have. You will give your car to the temple. You give 50% of your income. And I went, oh my God. What is this? Is this a cult? And they're trying to get everything you have? And completely manipulate you. I mean, so I walked in very tentative and trying to see what was happening as it developed. But Guru David knew that exactly. And for example, when we came here, he told the devotees, we heard this from devotees later, that says, I don't want anybody to be dealing with Carlos and Nancy. I am going to deal with them directly, okay? Because, it was kind of like with Krishna Shakti, right? She's a woman of the world, famous hairdresser in Dallas and all that, and we were in our early 30s, and he wanted to reach different, not just dropouts or college students or whatever as they were coming those days, and he would have developed that preaching and that community, and that is what really became the basis of this restaurant through the effort of Nandini and Krishna Shakti, where we're doing a lot of PR and everything, and inviting the friends from these folk programs and everything, and those were the first customers of Kalachanji. And in fact, some of them became devotees. One of our god sisters became a devotee out of that, and she's been living in Mayapur now for many, many years. But he knew what I needed, so when he came down to put me to do some service, he said, okay, I want you to go and do paintings. You're a businessman, you're a salesman, but I know you have to maintain your family, so go ahead and do the paintings, and whatever you sell, you keep 20% for your maintenance. Okay, and it was something that I needed because we moved in here, and I kind of got a little disentangled from our businesses. I needed to maintain my family at the time. We only have one son at the time. And then another time, we were here in the temple room during Japa time, and he had just returned from India, and I'm still back to Carlos, and I'm chanting. It was about right where you're sitting, that he approached me, and he said, Bhakta Carlos, I'm going to take care of you spiritually and financially. And I went, wow. And early in the morning, chanting Hare Krishna, and he tells me this. I mean, what is this all about? And he says, coming back from India in the Bombay airport, I ran into a devotee by the name of Matsya Avatar. Matsya Avatar is now an initiating guru. He's probably a little older than me. Those days, he was a famous furniture designer in Europe, and his regular name was Marco Ferrini. And he said, I talked to him and I asked him, you're so successful in Europe, why don't you do business in the US? And he said, well, I don't have anybody to represent me. And Gurudev said, I got the man for you. And he came back and he told me that, and he says, I want you and Mathuranath to fly to Italy and meet with Matsya Avatar and see what you can develop. And so that took place. We went, and then anyway, we developed that business, but Mathuranath decided that he didn't want to be involved in that, so I ended up partnering with Vino Ferrini, that you have met here before. They come, they are nice devotees, elder people as well. And Matsya, so anyway, we developed the business with that because I didn't have the financial wherewithal to get the business, going. And Matsya Avatar said, you cannot sell just out of a catalog. You have to have some inventory in Dallas, and so we have to start ordering containers of these, and so I needed financial help, and this man, Vino Ferrini, he helped with that. So anyway, that's, I mean, these are just a few examples of how he was, treating everybody different according to where we were, all right? And he knew of my tentative coming into it, and he was very careful. And so he never really gave me the sauce like he gave to so many devotees, because he knew I couldn't take it. And he probably was concerned that if he gave me a really heavy sauce, I may leave. So, the one time I was talking, he asked me years later, he said, so what are you doing, Kartikeya? Because then I was initiated. And I told him what I was doing, and he didn't like it so much. And he said, Kartikeya, when are you going to get it right? So that was the heaviest chastisement I ever got from him. So anyway, that was, we're talking about his preaching, and this is, this is how he was preaching to Krishna Shakti and to us, according to where we were and what he felt that we needed in our lives at the time. And then, so that's that, how he dealt. And then is the whole thing about, how he built this community as a Grihastra community. He got a lot of, a lot of other Prabhupada disciples didn't think it was a good thing, so he got some, he wasn't very welcome at the time. He had gone through that before when he got devotees out of the airport here also, because he thought that it was a bad image and PR for Dallas. So he was always very aware of everything, details, everything. He will come into the temple, he look at the altar, and he will call Chandravali or other people to make the curtains close, and I say, okay, that needs to be adjusted. This is not like this. The flute is like that, and then he will come to Srila Prabhupada, and he will make sure that he has a japa bag in his hand or glasses if it was a class. I mean, there was no detail that will escape from him. It was just really unbelievable. So dedicated, so well trained by Srila Prabhupada, and he delivered that learning that he had from Srila Prabhupada. He delivered to all of us and to every endeavor that he wanted to do. So anyway, that's something, and I'm going to pass this to Rupanuga Das now and hear about what he has to say.
I would like to ask Arjun Krishna Prabhu to come up here and sit and give some of his remembrances. He's got some really good ones. So I would defer to him. Will you come? Not until. Hare Krishna. Nayananvita, who is now 5 years old, I believe. 6? How old? 8. And, oh, yeah, wow. You've grown since you came here. When we first arrived here, let me back up a little bit. My wife and I were living in East Tennessee, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which was just west of Knoxville. And that's about as far east as you can go before you get into the Smoky Mountains. And so around 1977, we found out that a couple who had just been taking initiation at Gitanagari community from Srila Prabhupada, Jivananda Prabhu and Mother Bhakti Lata. And we found that they were living only 20 miles away from us in Knoxville, And so we began associating with them, and because of Jivananda's experience with the traveling Sankirtan party, Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party, he knew some of the people, some of the more advanced people in the movement. So anyhow, Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj came through Tennessee in 1978, early 1978, and there were two families living in Nashville, Tennessee, which is kind of the middle of the state, and then there were the two families, our two families, were living in Knoxville. And so the first time we saw Srila Gurudev was at the house of Jivananda Prabhu in Knoxville. And coincidentally, my parents came up to visit us from rural Mississippi about that same time. And so they met Srila Gurudev about the same time that my wife and I did. Of course, we had heard about Tamal Krishna Goswami, and so we were very pleased to meet him. He encouraged us, the four families, two families in Nashville, two families in Knoxville. He encouraged us to come to the Dallas community, which was being reformed after Satyarup Maharaj had left and taken with him those persons who were kind of his followers. And they left, and so Tamal Krishna Goswami was assigned Dallas as one of four cities that he would be preaching in after the departure of Srila Prabhupada. They were called zones, so he was kind of the zonal acharya for Houston, Dallas, St. Louis, and Chicago. So later on, that was narrowed down to Dallas and Houston for Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. And then, of course, we know that he added several more communities to his list in the Philippines, in Fiji, Hong Kong. What? Israel, yes, Israel. And he also preached in Sweden, I think, and Amsterdam, Holland, Australia. Yeah, so he, in other words, he had half of his, he had his zone in the United States halved, and so he had only two communities, two cities, only two cities, Dallas and Houston. And so he established communities there, reestablished, I should say, in Dallas, and then established the community in Houston. And so anyhow, he had the kind of personality that he could deal with a couple of backwoods people like my wife and myself. We grew up in rural Mississippi. Of course, we went on to college and became degreed, and we were working professionally in Knoxville. But he had, Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj had the ability to, even though he grew up in New York City, still he could relate to us, which was strange, when I got to thinking about it. And there were people from all over the country who came here. Kartikeya Prabhu from Argentina, and of course you guys were living in Dallas at that time, so they were already here in Dallas. The point that I'm bringing out was that he had an uncanny ability to relate to people not only in the southern part of the United States, Texas, but also people from all over the world. Everywhere he went, and you can hear his lectures, our godbrother, what's his name? The one that put together his tape ministry? Krishna Kirtan Prabhu. Amazing job he did of compiling all of those lectures And I listen to them in the evening before I take rest. And it's just amazing how comfortable he was preaching to people from all over the world. So anyhow, we came here at his request, the 4 families from Tennessee in 1978, early 1978. My wife and I had with us our 2 older boys, 7 years, I think, and 2 or 3 years old. And we also had our new baby, who was about 3 months old when we came here. The 5 months that we stayed here in 1979, the first 5 months that we came, the only 5 months in 79 that we stayed here, we had a lot of tests. And we realized later that this is Radha Kalachandji. If you want to get close to them, you better be prepared to go through some tests. So we were tested strongly. One of the big problems that we had was the nature of the houses that we had to live in. We did not come from a very aristocratic family, but these houses around here were way beyond lower middle class houses. And so that was difficult for us. And we had and our youngest child was having seizures. We had in and out of a children's medical center that entire summer of 1979. So we left. Things were so difficult that we actually left in probably October, I guess, of 79. And our plan was to go to the new Taliban community, which was about 2 hours south of where we had grown up in rural Mississippi. And so we went and we stayed in the community of our parents for about 7 months. And during that time, around Christmas time, Srila Gurudev got a message to us, and we were not initiated at that time. He got a message to us that that because we had left, partly because we had left, this community had decided that the householders should go out and make a living and should allow their spouses to use whatever time they had to do service in the temple. In other words, he realized that communal living, which we had been trying to do in 1979, 1980, just was not going to work for us. And so he had that futuristic vision at that time that this, to be successful, we need to, in a sense, look like all the other churches in America in which people are, they have householders who go out and make a livelihood. They support their churches and temples, and I guess there might have been a mosque or 2 in the United States at that time. But anyhow, that was his future-sightedness that we really appreciated, along with the fact that he really cared about us. When we left this community, we felt so isolated. Nobody in the community came to us and tried to encourage us to stay. Nobody. But when Tamal Krishna Goswami came back from wherever he had been and found out that we had left, he got the message to us. He said, I understand that you want to live separately from the community, have your own house, have your own job, raise money for your family, raise your family, and that's fine. And that's what we want all of our householders to do. He said, partly because we had left. The temple council had gotten together and made that decision that what we were trying to do here was not working for most of us. And so therefore, Nandini and Kartikeya bought a really nice place over here, and we came back and bought a house just a block away from the community, which was like on the outskirts. It was like the frontier, 1 block over. Nobody lived that far away from the temple. So anyhow, I helped to raise funds also. I went out and sold paintings that we were getting from the, Korea and I guess Taiwan, South Korea. I can't remember where they were coming from, but anyhow, they were selling really well in our area because we had an oil boom going on. But come 1985, the Middle Easterners lowered the prices on oil, and that put out of business a lot of the oil-related companies that were working in this area, and therefore our painting sales also diminished greatly at that time. So I was kind of left trying to decide what I should do. I had actually given up the technical job that I had, and I was just working with the temple. So around 1992, I was asked to teach in our local school, our Gurukula. Sometime during the 80s, I was doing some work with the Gurukula, and our temple president at that time wanted several of us, including the 4 of us from Tennessee, the 4 men, to join with him in trying to start a new business. And we went to Chicago and learned something about it and came back here. When Srila Gurudev heard that I was one of those persons, he came back and said, "Rupanuga, I can't understand why you gave up your service with the Gurukula." I said, "Well, Srila Gurudev, our temple president knew about it. He was encouraging me to do the business." And he says, "But I don't understand why you would have left the Gurukul to take up this business." And so I left that business. And one of the persons who was also with the business said, "Srila Gurudev asked me to give up this business. I just don't think I can do it. I think I should continue doing it." And I thought, well, I'm not going to. He's put me on the line here. And as it turns out, the business did not work. It actually failed. And I was continuing to work and then work with the Gurukul. But anyhow, this is another example of his ability to see much farther down the road than I could. But I had the faith in him that he could see farther down the road than I could. And so I just gave up my relationship with the business, which later failed. And so, and probably put some of the guys into some debt because they had invested some money. So anyhow, farsightedness, again, caring more about me and my family than and our activity with the Gurukula than he cared about the possibility that I might make some money and help support the temple that way. So that was Gurudev, and he continued. In 1996, I ran out of students at the Gurukul. I was teaching the older boys, so I had to decide. Well, now what am I going to do with the rest of my life? I was in my 50s by that time, and so I decided. My wife and I decided that I'd go back to graduate school at the University of North Texas and get a degree, get a master's degree in teacher education, and then began teaching perhaps in some of the local community colleges, 2-year schools around. And so that's what I did. And when Srila Gurudev found out about it, I said, Srila Gurudev, I hope you don't mind that I made the decision to do this. And at that time, he was just very encouraging. He said, "Whatever you and Giant decide to do, it's fine with me." And it wasn't like he was giving up on us. It was like he was giving us the encouragement that he trusted our judgment. So he did stuff like that, and it's just really hard to imagine a person who comes from such a much different kind of setting than we did could relate to us in such a way that we would move to Dallas, Texas, and we were both brought up in the country, so this was not a place that we really had in mind to spend the rest of our lives. But we had enough faith in him and his vision to be able to make that kind of a move. And throughout our entire career with Srila Gurudev, He was always very, very much encouraging. Rarely spoke harshly to either of us, and probably should have more. But he was just that kind of a kind person, and yet he had the vision to to rebuild this community and rework this entire temple room and start a restaurant in one of the most unlikely places probably in the city of Dallas. Who wants to come to East Dallas to eat at a restaurant? What kind of restaurant could that be? Tex-Mex, Afro foods, whatever it was. This was a really assorted community. So he had that vision, and even though he asked us all, where should we have the restaurant? And, a lot of suggestions were made as to where the restaurant should be located, and nobody thought about having it here in the temple compound, but Srila Gurudev did. And, seeing how popular the restaurant became and how productive it's been all these years, just another indication of the kind of farsightedness this man had, that he could do all that and deal with householders after having worked with the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party, dealing with nothing but brahmacharyas pretty much and other sannyasis. And yet he came here, and even though he had taken sannyas to give up the possibility of family life, still he found himself beset with all the problems of householders from all over the country, all over the world practically, moving into this community. And he did it successfully. That doesn't mean that everybody stayed, because when we came, we brought a lot of baggage with us, emotional baggage, cultural baggage, and such as that. But he had the ability to bring us all together and to keep us here, just like he told us as a community one time. He says, "You make the Gurukula a good school, and even people don't want to come to this community, they'll come. And even they don't want to stay, they'll stay if you make the Gurukula good." And he told my wife, never let the school close. So this is Gurudev. Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, I think at one point, weren't you didn't we go to you for DM, devotee maintenance? Weren't you, were you at one point the treasurer? Yeah, I think so. I think so, I remember. In those days, you'd go and get your DM, which was called devotee maintenance, remember? Allowance. Right, or something. I just wanted to share one thing that just came to mind when I was listening to Rupanuga talk about everything. A whole crew of us, Dharma was one of them, we all went to Fiji. We all flew to Fiji. 98. I think it was 98. But the only thing I wanted to mention with that is that Srila Gurudev was always preaching and ever thoughtful. And I remember the room was full of not students, but the professors, the teachers of all the college students. And he was preaching to them in Fiji. And there had been a drought in Fiji for quite a long time. And someone asked, what are we going to do about this? And he said, Yagavai Vishnu. And he quoted many verses like this. And we were going on Harinam down in the city there. I remember I took a picture. I wasn't in it because I took that picture of everyone. You are in it. And then we were taking prasadam in someone's home. Maybe it was Vasudev, I don't know. And I can't remember. And we were all, it was a whole crew of us in there. And someone ran and said, Gurudev, come, it's raining, it's raining. And, in the newspaper it said, Hare Krishnas bring the rain. He had total faith. He had total faith that from Sankirtan, going out, going out, going out, by his Shakti, the rain came. So I just thought I would share that. Dharma.
Hare Krishna, my obeisances, everybody. Thanks for being here. I had an idea when I was first sat down what to say first, and it's really that it's so nice that everybody here really has an interest in knowing about Tamal Krishna Goswami. Y'all have been here some years, many years, some of you, or months, and you've seen that the devotees here that help build this temple and make it what it is and maintain it especially. Maintenance is really hard. But look at the devotees that are here. Each one of them has 40, 50 years in the movement. They're still here. They're still chanting. They get along with each other. They love each other. They haven't caused major problems for the movement or for Dallas, Arjun Krishna Prabhu. They spent so much time with Tamal Krishna Maharaj. If you want to know Tamal Krishna Maharaj, get to know them. And if you serve them, then they will be inclined to tell you more about Tamal Krishna Maharaj, because that's the secret. Devotees have gem-like realizations about Krishna consciousness and their spiritual master, and so when you get in their good graces, when you do things to be friendly and get to know them. But I want to thank all of them. Each one of these devotees here, and Arjun Krishna Prabhu over here, spent hours and hours with me, helped me to learn things about Krishna consciousness. And then when I heard about Guru, and I knew I wanted to surrender to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, they all introduced him to me through themselves. And I started to realize this is a great place. This must be a very special spiritual master. And of course, this is you can see him in lectures on tapes and listen to him on tapes and videos, and I highly recommend it. And I want to tell everybody about this too. To know Srila Prabhupada is to listen to his disciples. Does everybody know there's a series called Prabhupada Remembrance? And it started years ago, Prabhupada Memories. It started 30 years ago. And they videotaped devotees sitting there telling stories about Prabhupada. And you get the absolute gem-like realizations and stories and pastimes of Prabhupada. The first time I ever came for a Sunday program, they didn't have class. We had a big screen TV, and they showed those early tapes. 1, 2, 3, there's probably 6 out at that time, and on each tape is about 2 hours, and there's 3 or 4 devotees, 5 devotees speaking. So it's not just one person the whole time. And that inculcated in me so much understanding, or just so much introduction to Srila Prabhupada. And it really will help cement your understanding of how Srila Prabhupada could make disciples, could have disciples like Tamal Krishna Goswami, like your spiritual masters. All of you here have spiritual masters. And they, so it's the same with Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Listen to his lectures, listen to Prabhupada's remembrance tapes. It's so powerful. I still listen to him all the time. I still hear new things that I never heard about Prabhupada, and tangentially about his disciples. This is a process, and by learning about the process, you'll get better at performing the process. Because everybody here wants to be a better devotee, right? Everybody here wants to maintain their vows and not leave, right? No matter what you do, don't leave, right? So, but I just wanted to say that, and thank you all for being here and showing interest, and to Kanchkana Kun for doing this and putting it together. And y'all have a desire. Don't think that your desire to know more about bhakti, about service, about Tamal Krishna Maharaj, about Srila Prabhupada won't be rewarded by Krishna. Krishna knows that you have the desire, and he's so happy that you have it. So these kind of things manifest, but it's also up to you. What are you going to read? What books are you going to look at? What are you going to listen to when you leave? Listen to the lectures, chant Hare Krishna, read the books. But I wanted to tell 2 stories about Tamal Krishna Maharaj that show to me his preaching spirit, which was non-different from his spirit all day long. There wasn't a preaching Tamal Krishna Maharaj and then a relaxed Tamal Krishna Maharaj. There wasn't a honoring Prasadam Tamal Krishna Maharaj. There wasn't a traveling to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. That was different. He was the same. He was always in preaching mode. He was always thinking about his disciples. He was always thinking about people he met, new people, and not just his disciples, every devotee in the temple. He had one lecture, you all have heard about this lecture. He went through the 30 or 40 spiritual masters that had disciples and were represented here in this temple room. And he talked and he praised each one. And he loved his God brothers and God sisters, and he loved the disciples. He loved everyone, and he had a huge capacity for love because he'd been trained up by Srila Prabhupada directly. These devotees here, each one of them was directly trained up by Tamal Krishna Goswami. So if you want to learn how to get how to get trained up, you're going to get Prabhupada. You're going to get Tamal Krishna Maharaj through these devotees. But when I was first a bhakta, I was allowed to drive Tamal Krishna Maharaj over here to Tennyson Park. Does everybody know the park there? There's a walking path, and it's near the tennis courts, and it's near the golf course. And they used to have rose bushes there, so they called it the Rose Garden, right? And the path went around it. It was maybe a quarter-mile path, probably less. But after a busy day, Tamal Krishna Maharaj would like to go there and walk and chant and just relax and be in the fresh air. So I got to drive him, right? I got to be his driver. So I got my car ready and I pulled over on the street and I got the door open and Maharaj gets in, Tamal Krishna Maharaj gets in and I'm driving. I think I took him one day in the afternoon. He didn't say very much and so I brought him back, and we went upstairs, and I went back. The next day, same thing. I got a call. Okay, we're going to go today. So this day, I thought, well, this is day 2. I'm going to say something. I'm gonna try to talk to my spiritual master, and so he was going to travel. This was like on a Thursday. He was going to travel Friday. He was going to go out of town for a long weekend. I had heard about this from some other disciples, and so I said, and I heard it was a festival or something. And so I said, Tamal Krishna Maharaj is sitting next to me in the driver's seat, and I hear him say, I said, Gurudev, I hear you're going to travel. You're going to go somewhere for a festival. You're probably going to see your God brothers. And are you looking forward to having a good time? And he didn't turn and look at me. He just kind of looked ahead, and he didn't say anything right away. And he said, listen. I don't do anything to go have a good time. My life is dedicated to Srila Prabhupada, and everything I do is to try and push forward this movement. That's it, okay? And I went, hung out a little tired of the wheel, and I didn't say anything else again. So I waited till he would initiate conversations. Until later on, once you learn the mood of the guru, and you learn how to say things that will be appropriate. Mostly you should ask good questions, right? I wasn't asking a question. I was trying to be like, hey, buddy, what are you looking forward to the. So that's how he preached, and that's how he treated people. He would give you the right answer to your situation and make you know where you were at with him all the time. If you were a disciple. If you were a non-disciple, he was loving, he was friendly. If I saw him just be unbelievably open and loving with everyone he met. But with a disciple, that was training. He was training us. So I was very fortunate some years later to be in Cambridge. And Cambridge is about an hour train ride from London. So I was going to be there for 5 weeks in Cambridge as a servant, helping with the household affairs and driving. So I got there during the middle of the week, and I knew on Friday night, or maybe it was Saturday night, the temple in London at Soho had a giant Harinam Sankirtan. Devotees would go out, and I'd been on one of these Harinams in Soho in London, and they were ecstatic. 50 devotees, drums, and Soho is the entertainment district, right, of London. So it was a great, great Harinam. So I began to ask my spiritual master, can I take the train down to London early, go on a Harinam, and take the train back? And so I asked him that morning. He said, let me think about it. So in the evening, we were in a certain part of the house, and he said, I was thinking about your request. And I was thinking, it's just so hard for me here. I'm trying to write. I'm trying to study. And, y'all the other servants are here. There were only 2 other servants. I said, I'll just worry too much. If you go out and before you come back, it'd just be too much disturbance to the house. He said, can you just stay? Is that okay? I said, yeah, sure, Dave. I don't have to go on Harinam. I'll just stay in Cambridge. And then he turned and he said, but Dharma, Harinam is your life and soul. And I went, okay, I want to go. And he said, no, I want you to stay. Don't go on Harinam. So he loved Harinam. He loved Harinam Sankirtan. He helped to start it, in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, in the early days of the movement. They would go out on the street, they would distribute books, they would do Harinam. So I'm very fortunate that I met the devotees, and they introduced me to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. All these devotees here, Kanchana Kun's parents helped introduce me to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And so thank you for your interest and for being here. And I hope all of you are already getting mercy from Tamal Krishna Maharaj. But I'll let you know a little secret about Hare Krishna. If there's anything you want, pray to Krishna for it. Krishna will fulfill all your desires. All your desires. Y'all are now devotees now. So the things you're going to wish for are actually going to be Krishna conscious things. But don't think that Krishna won't help you. And he does that through devotees like are sitting here, through Tamal Krishna Maharaj, through Srila Prabhupada. So you're going to continue to get their mercy. And if you need, pray to them. Pray for guidance. Pray for understanding. To your own spiritual masters, to the Guru Parampara, they're all here. They're all there to help you all the time. Thank you.
Yeah, in continuing what Dharma was saying, Nandini and I, we came here in maybe 81, 82, but it's been, there were here devotees that been here since 1978, Mohammed Gurudev in 77 in Chicago or in Tennessee, and I was always, as we read the books that some of the gurus and sannyasis, some of the first disciples of Srila Prabhupada would read their books, and I was always amazed of how they surrendered themselves to Srila Prabhupada. I mean, they were able to drop whatever they were doing and went in and served Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev did that, but so many other devotees did that as well. And then in this particular Vyasa Puja, I got the realization that these devotees, Arjun Krishna, the devotee, Kunti, Indranila and Radha Vinod, that they came before we came, and Rupanuga coming to a home that when he would take a step on the floor, his foot would roll right through the floor. The way they surrendered to Gurudev, the surrender of Prabhupada disciples to Prabhupada also speaks of the touchstone that Srila Prabhupada was. But the surrender these devotees had, even before we came, and it also, it was just as amazing as the surrender of these devotees from Srila Prabhupada. And it also speaks of Gurudev being a touchstone, because he was able to, here during the Vyasa Puja, we had some meetings with Gurudev disciples and all that, and there's a couple of disciples that live out of town, more than one, Rati Manjari, and then Kalachanjis came. They were all in the early days, Prema Bhakti, and it was amazing, when they were relating their stories of how they met Gurudev and how they surrendered, the entire life. They were maybe 18 years old, 19, and they just, they just gave their life to Gurudev, and help to develop Houston and this community with such a surrender. One of them, I can't remember if it was Kalachanji or was Prema Bhakti, was saying that correct me if I'm wrong, Arjuna, but at one point they went to the temple or in a Harinam or in a festival or something. One of them ended up sitting right next to Gurudev. And they never met each other and all that. And they start talking. And within 4 days, he joined the temple and decided that, that's what we're going to do, serve Gurudev. And when he said, I was sitting right to Gurudev, I thought, okay, you're done. Because he's sitting next to Gurudev, and with his power and his preaching, he will be able to really manhandle. And then a couple of other things. Along the way, Gurudev, because Nandini and I, we were involved with Kalachanjis, along the way he gave us 2 instructions, and one was the same instruction actually. One time he said, if you are even in a crossroads in your life, open up a restaurant, he said to us. And then later on, at one point, I was doing business, and Nandini was doing a lot of service at the temple with Kalachanjis, we did worship, with so many different things. But I was traveling around the world in an import-export business, and my service was to give Lakshmi to Gurudev. Never on the amount that Indranila and Ravinor gave him, but I did what I could. And Gurudev said to me one time, Kartikeya, you're doing the right thing, supporting the temple and supporting the Brahmins. But what happened is that it's Kali Yuga. And in Kali Yuga, there is not enough wealth to be given in charity. So if you want to give in charity, distribute prasadam. Okay, that's what Gurudev said. And so we were living in Puerto Rico in 2002, February of 2002, when he left his body, and we were like, how are we going to keep the connection with Gurudev? How, because he promised that he will go back to Cambridge and finish his thesis, and then he will come to visit us in Puerto Rico. We were really eager, waiting for that. And then, of course, it never happened. And so we didn't know what to do. So somehow or another, the Super Soul remembered what he said. And okay, so we opened a restaurant in Puerto Rico called Tamal Krishna's Veggie Garden. And we ran that restaurant for 11 years. He had also a basement, that restaurant. And in the basement, we did a preaching center. And that restaurant is still going. When we left Puerto Rico, we left it with the temple, and that restaurant is still going today. They changed the name when we left to Govinda's Veggie Garden, which is, I understand. But it was, and then when we moved to Denver, there was problems with the restaurant in Denver, and we took it over, and it became the #1 vegetarian restaurant in Denver. And any time that we were doing one of these restaurants, I'm sure for Nandini too, but definitely for me, they were the best times of my life, because I was living in the instruction of my spiritual master. So living in the instruction of the spiritual master is the key to spiritual life. Anyway, Hare Krishna, Radhakum.
Would you like to say?
And when Indranila Mani, first, of course, it was painting Sankirtan for a while. I guess like early 80s all the way to, like 10, 15 years. And then the books started. And Indranila was going out, and a few devotees were going out. And we had some big distributors. Herself, Ajamil, some really incredible people that were so devoted. And you could just never forget the Christmas marathon and the party that we would have after. And everybody would get a little bit of maha from Gurudev. Like one year I got it's a pair of socks. I still have them. And, and then one year, we'd each get special gifts, so Gurudev would pick them out personally. He picked out a money belt for me. I still have that somewhere. Anyway, so yeah, I just want to share that, how personal he was. He would see the effort, if it was tiny, like me, microscopic, to really big, like under Neela and others, but he would reciprocate and kind and encourage. Yeah.
For my Sankirtan gift, he gave me a Murli Dar painting. Like the paintings in the Bhagavatam. One of the original Murli Dar was one of the big artists. He gave me a painting that he did of Sudarshan Chakra and Ambarish with Durvasa Muni surrendering at his feet and Sudarshan Chakra about to. So I wanted some socks. I thought I'd get an umbrella. That's what the gifts were. But I had really surrendered and tried to do Harinam. I had tried to do book distribution. And I had a really good book score. And it all grew out of, I was at the temple somewhere and there was another bhakta there. And he was complaining about doing book distribution. And I liked Harinam. So I said, you don't have to do book distribution if you don't want to, right? I like Harinam. I'm just going to do Harinam. I'm not going to do book distribution. You don't have to do book distribution. So I said that to another bhakta, right? And there was a senior devotee nearby. So the next day I got called upstairs. Gurudev called me and he sat me down. He said, you're going to distribute books. You're going to go out for the marathon. You're going to go every morning before you go to work. I want you to go to this one corner. Narottam's going to show you where to go and how to do it. Go. So I spent 30 days every day, almost, except Sundays, out at the street corner before I would go into work. I was in my suit and tie and a coat, and I would see people I knew from the courthouse. And yeah, it's me. Yeah. I'd like you to take this book, please. They rolled that one. But so I had a nice marathon. I had an okay score, and so all these nice, smallish gifts were going out, and I was hoping for a pair of socks. And instead I got this Murli Dar painting. And so I couldn't speak. I was just stunned. And Gurudev said, what do you think, Dharma? I said, Gurudev, it's beyond anything I could imagine. I can't believe you gave this. It's so nice. It's incredible. But that's the way he was in terms of like reciprocation. He saw that I had made an effort to surrender and do something beyond my comfort zone. And I did it a little bit, only by his mercy, right? And so he really knew how to reciprocate. Later on, he would ask me to shop for him and buy different things that he would want. So sweaters, I got to buy him like a hat. And it was hard because you'd buy things and show it to him and go, nah, this won't work, this won't work, this won't work. You'd have to take it back. Buy some other ones, bring it to him. So I did this with sweaters twice. And the first time I bought one sweater, and it was black. And it had these, it was real like, it wasn't a nice, it was real, sporty, and it wasn't what he wanted, but he didn't tell me what he wanted, right? So he goes, gosh, Dharma, you only got one? I didn't know I was supposed to buy 5 and let you choose and take, 4 back. I didn't say that, but he goes, okay, here's what I want. Black is not a good color. Sannyasis don't wear black. Go try again. So this time I scoured the sales at really nice stores, and I tried to buy stuff on sale because I didn't want to spend a ton of money. But I would sometimes get a $200 or $300 sweater, and he would say, oh, that's too expensive. No, take that back. So second time I come in, I have an array of sweaters. He looks at it and goes, no, none of these are any good. He rejected all of them. He goes, you know what this is? This is strike 2. He goes, what comes after strike 2? So I better get it right. This sounded about like 10 sweaters. I went to the Galleria. I went to North Park. I went to Eastfield. I learned how to shop. Tamal Krishna Maharaj taught me how to shop through this. So finally I got 3 sweaters that he liked, and he kept them. And I had one sweater was an Armani. This was like a $600-700 sweater, but I got it on sale for like $200. And he goes, this is just too opulent. I can't. I said, Gerda, it's on sale. I'll show you the receipt. It was, this is an $800 sweater. I got it for $200. You got to keep this one if you like it, right? And he did. And then, so that was how he would deal with things and reciprocate. And I was very fortunate that I got to do that and be a shopper for him. And that's what I want to tell you the story. So when we got done, I was in his quarters, and I was grateful that he had taken 3 of the sweaters. And that was it for me. I was in the clouds with happiness. I was so happy. I had not got strike 3, right? And I got some sweaters he would wear. So I was so happy. And that was it for me. So I was collecting the other sweaters to take back, and he goes, okay, Dharma, good job. And he opens his Elmira, his cloth closet, and he pulls out a whole set of his cloth, Dhoti, Kurta, and the sannyas. He goes, here you go, a well-worn piece of my cloth, of one of my outfits, and I got to keep that. So we're talking about reciprocation and how he could do it, and then he would wear the sweaters, and he'd thank me 2 or 3, 4 times for the sweaters. The last thing I got him was a jacket, and that jacket, he must have thanked me for at least 5 times. In person, in emails. And one of the emails I got, he ran into a devotee in Mayapur, and he was wearing that jacket, and he said, Dharma, I ran into this other devotee, and they had a jacket just like mine, and I told him, I said, yeah, my disciple Dharma bought me this jacket. So I've never met anyone like that could show appreciation for what you had done. It was a small thing, but he engaged me in it. And so that's kind of what really endears your heart to someone too. So something I've tried to learn and be better at. So sorry to interrupt. I just want to share that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pass over to Andranila.
Well, yeah, talking about appreciation and the rewards that he would give during the Christmas marathons, it makes me remember he would have a gift for every single devotee who even tried. I remember I recently heard a lecture about that, the day when he gives all the awards, and he starts with from the bottom to the top, and there was, I don't even remember who it was, but it was, and so 1.90, and he turns to Rabbi and says, what is that, half a book they distributed? Anyway, but he said, Haribo, we were all clapping, and he would give an award to everyone from 1.90 to whatever, 10,000 points or whatever it was. But he really put on that cap of the general of the Sankirtan army. He enjoyed so much reading all the scores and offering that to Srila Prabhupada. And I remember I got once, which I have it, talking about his gold toothpick that is inside a little ivory case, very beautiful. I have it on my altar. But anyway, I was also remembering talking about the houses when Rupanuga Prabhu joined, and when I joined as well with Radha Vinod. We came here in February of '81, and we first lived with with Radhanath and Nandapriya. He was the temple president for a little bit. But then they put us in a house which doesn't exist anymore. They collapsed it for the parking lot. But just as he said, grass was growing from the floor, and there were roaches crawling on the sleeping bag. It was terrible. Then eventually, soon after that, we joined Ravinod and we were sent on Sankirtan traveling. I went with the women and he went with the men. And we would see each other like for Janmashtami, maybe like that. So it was like that. Yeah. When we joined, we were young. I was only 21. So I guess he thought, they're young. They're not having children anytime soon. So there we went. And then, but like we say, Gurudev is very intelligent, he can see. And eventually, after some years, he said, it's time for them to move in together. Because in some way, we were becoming a little distant because we were always traveling. And so he knew that even being a sannyasi, he knew that we must nourish relationships with our husband, our wives. And so he said, he called, we were, I don't know where, traveling, and he said, okay, Ravinod and Renee, it's time for you to move in a house here. And it was very different. We had to adapt to that. But, and remember, we were staying in a house somewhere there. And one day he says, I'm going to come and visit you. And when he comes into the house, he wants a tour. And all we had was a sleeping bag, one sleeping bag each. We didn't have one painting on, or poster, anything on the wall. We didn't have anything, not a night table, not a lamp, nothing. And he gave class the next day. I went to some of my disciples' house yesterday. I felt so bad. I have more than them, and I'm a sannyasi. So then he called us to his room, and he said, I want you to get furniture. You have to get some furniture. This is not, I think when you come back from Sankirtan, it has to be a warm house where you feel like welcomed and you want to come and relax. He was so nice like that, right? He took care of us, not just of our spiritual lives, but also of our material needs and of our relationship. And so that's how we did get a sofa and a coffee table. And Rano still slept on the floor, and me too for a while. Then I got like a little thin futon or something. But anyway, so it was very sweet of him to think that way. And Gurudev, I mean, when we think from the very beginning of his stories as a sannyas, or young sannyasi, and then as he grew older and also on his spiritual path, he evolved so much in different ways also personally, like how he became a father and a grandfather to our children. And with my daughter Shamali, she told some of the pastimes during Vyasa Puja, but with all the children, he was so personal. He would play with them, like he taught Shamali how to ride her bike. He was the first one who would hold the seat and run after her, and then he'd push her, so she would be pedal, pedal, like that. And he would come and take prasadam at her house, and then he said, okay, it's time to lay on my left side. Shamali, bring one of your favorite books. And he would read the storybook to her, and like that, no? Very personal. Anyway.
I remember the first time I visit you guys, they got nothing. I mean, they don't. So the only thing I was clothes, and these clothes they were keeping in black garbage bags. Those were their closets, black garbage bags. But here is, you're talking about shopping, and I remember a story that Maturanath tells. And so when Gurudev started going to China also, we had to go and buy clothes for him. And he needed some shoes. And so he sent, he went with Maturanath and Jivananda to, I don't know, I can't remember, Nordstrom's, whatever it was. And so I need some shoes. So he said, okay, bring a pair of shoes, and he will try, and I says, no, this is not good, and they put it aside. And then they bring another one, no, this is not good, and like that, they brought like 8 different pairs of shoes. And finally he found one that, okay, I'm gonna take this. And so when they were ready to get to pay, Maturanath and Jivananda says, yeah, and we want these 8 pair of shoes as well. And Gurudev said, what are you doing that for? Well, Gurudev, you wore them in your feet, so this is prasadam now. And Gurudev said, don't be fanatics like that. Forget about this. What are you going to do with a pair of shoes?
Actually, Srila Gurudev was so personal with each child, and he saw that Nisringarupa was almost 10, and Rupa was going to, first there was a community school here in the Dallas, East Dallas area, and then he started going to, at that time it was called Kalachunji School, and Rupanuga was one of the teachers, and he would, actually we even took roll, like when people would come to the morning program, Srila Gurudev, they had a roll call, they would actually mark down who came to Mangalarti, so it was really sweet. But then when Nisringarupa got older, he he communicated with Danadhar Maharaj, and it was very hard to get into Vrindavan Gurukul at that time. Bhaktivedanta International School in Vrindavan, but Danadhar Maharaj had to come through Texas. And so when he came through, he Dhanadhar Maharaj found me. He said, Mother Kunti, I want you to bring your son. And he brought my, because he was having lunch and talking to Gurudev, and then he said, I want you to bring him here to the foyer. And we brought Rupa at that time, and he looked him over, and he said, turn around. He said, sit down, like that, and Rupa would sit down, and he, first offered his obeisances to Maharaj, and he said, okay, thank you very much. And 1 month later, I got an acceptance letter to the Gurukul, and really, if it wasn't for Gurudev, I could not have put Nishingarupa on the plane. It was the most heart-rending thing I've ever done. It's like taking your heart out of your chest and putting it on a plane, So, but Gurudev was that personal. And Nishingarupa, at first he wasn't doing well for the first month. And then he called me 6 weeks later. He said, Mom, I never want to leave this place. I love this place. Please. This is the best thing you've ever done for me. I love it here. And he was having a really good time. And I just, I got to thank Srila Gurudev. He's all of it is because of Gurudev. And I'm very grateful. Yes.
Tamal Krishna Maharaj had a remarkable sense of humor, and he could just turn it on at any moment and just slay you. People would be rolling on the floor. And he would good-naturedly pick on devotees, sometimes me. I got picked on a lot by him, and I loved it because I got his attention. But he would make fun of me sometimes, and different things that would happen. But one of the times I still crack up thinking about, he had been giving a lecture, and class was over. There were a couple questions, but he wanted to get going. And the girls were already out here, meaning the little girls, Shamali and Sarata. They were about 5 years old, and they would be out here waiting to put Tamal Krishna Goswami's shoes on. They would hold his shoes while he would slip his feet into the shoes. So sometimes they'd get there 20, 30 minutes before, and you could hear them out there. They would argue, or sometimes a little bit. Or they wouldn't really argue, but they would just be out there, and you'd hear them talking sometimes. And so I think Tamal Krishna was on the Vyasa, and he wanted to get out of there. He was ready. He goes, okay, this is the last question, because Shamali and Sarata are out there ready to put my shoes on, and they're kind of fighting over it, so I want to get out of here. But he could do that, just turn something and make it funny. I got to have breakfast with him one time. He invited me and Nityananda Prabhu, and we had pancakes. So we were talking about the pancakes, and he goes, we liked pancakes, and I said, yeah, Gurudev, one time, my dad used to cook for my mom sometimes, and sometimes we'd have pancakes for dinner. And he goes, you did? I said, yeah, we'd have pancakes for breakfast. My dad liked to cook. And so the conversation went on, and I said something stupid, and he goes, oh, well, Dharma, that's what I expect from somebody who eats pancakes for dinner. So it was loving, it was good-natured, but it was the way he could be when he wanted to. It could be very, very funny and very, very sweet. And so that's Krishna consciousness. It's not just hard-nosed and difficult. It's about loving exchanges and humor too, right? And I want to shout out super quick, to especially all of the devotees here have helped me so much. Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, I could never thank him enough for all he did to help me become a devotee. Mother Kunti introduced me to deity worship in a big way, helped me get deities that we have in our home right now. We're internally indebted to her and instruction. Mother Kunti instructed me for years, helped me through so many difficulties and trials. And Arjun Krishna, so much, helped me to get upstairs and serve with Tamal Krishna Maharaj personally. Arjun Krishna stories about Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And that's how you get faith. You get faith from someone who has faith. Bhakti comes from bhakti. You get bhakti from someone who has bhakti. So if you want to approach Tamal Krishna Maharaj, even now, for bhakti, you can get it. Prabhupada, I mean, come on, he's the source. He's our source. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
One thing about Tamal Krishna Goswami's humor. I don't need this. Oh, do we need it? So earlier in the morning, Tamal Krishna Goswami was talking about his quarters being cleaned. And that's, of course, Dharma would be the perfect candidate for cleaning his quarters. He was eager to do it, So he says, I would really like my windows cleaned, in outside windows, because they were getting, the birds would drop stool on it. Anyway, so I took it upon myself to clean the windows, and I was on a 10-foot ladder cleaning the windows. And Gurudev opened the blind. He says, Arjun Krishna, what are you doing? I says, Gurudev, you mentioned earlier that you want your windows cleaned, so I'm cleaning them. He goes, very well, very good, thank you. Now pay your obeisances. I was on a 10-foot ladder. He turned around and he walked away and he had a great sense of humor.
Very well. I want to add and extend. I see that we're 10 minutes to 4 and the curtains will open, so I thought at that time we can shift and we can continue until the next program starts. I'd like to introduce my father, and some of the stories I heard from my mother were quite different from my father. With my mother, it was quite heavy and quite intense, and the bar was so high. And the stories that I heard from my father were so humorous and so fun, and he had intense stories too, but there was moments that were God brothers together, and so I really would like to pass it on to you, Pita, to talk about preaching and instructions from Gurudev.
So I came in late. I'm leaving early in the morning, so I had to do a lot of stuff to pack and heading to El Paso in the morning early. Yeah, I mean, I joined his bus in 1975, so I had many opportunities for many years to associate with Gurudev. And then when I moved here to Dallas in the early 80s, like 81, something like that, we all shifted. I was living in Philadelphia and distributing books at the airport, and myself, Giridhari, I think he was still Brahmachari, and Drustadumna Maharaj left Philadelphia to go to St. Louis. And I think that could have been the time when Gurudev came back from India after being with Prabhupada. We went there to St. Louis and had this huge reception for him, and it was really wonderful. And that's when Radha Gopinath got initiated. He was Radha Damodar, I think his name was first, and then because Gurudev changed the name of his little deities, so then he got the name Radha Gopinath. I forget who else. Jai Baladev, I think, was there too. I forget all the different persons. But anyway, Gurudev's, the whole, his life changed in certain ways throughout the years. In the Radha Damodar times, he was the leader of the book distribution party, and the whole push was to be out on the streets for 10 hours a day distributing books. So we'd get up in the morning, chant our rounds, have class, do kirtans, the samsara and the guru puja and jairadam out of a class, prashadam, and then out on the lots or out in the airport, depending on where. In the beginning, we were all in the parking lots because we were traveling out of the buses. So then we'd get word from Gurudev, he's with Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said this about the book distribution, and Prabhupada said that, and Gurudev would quote these inspirational things that Prabhupada said. So we kind of lived off of those enthusiasm of those quotes of him being with Prabhupada, and Prabhupada really pushing and encouraging book distribution. So Gurudev created a facility for, 5 bus loads plus 40 vans, or I don't know how many vans there were at the end, but there was quite a few vans of crisscrossing across America, and facility for these young men to go out and distribute as many books as they could. And because of that facility of having Gornatai on each bus and Radha Damodar on the other bus, it provided, Gurudev created this facility so that people could really make advancement in spiritual life and learn how to depend on Krishna, going out on book distribution. And anybody who's like Indranila, for instance, and Kunti, and some of the other older devotees who spent lots and lots of years doing book distribution, you know, we understand that philosophy, that understanding of depending on the super soul and getting purified enough to get out and have an effect on people. So the Radha Damodar party created this massive wave of enthusiasm that really pleased Prabhupada, and it was really powerful. And then later, you know, back in 1980, I continued distributing books and stuff until I came back here to Dallas, and then we started selling paraphernalia to buy the farm. And Gurudev was always, you know, inviting me up for prasadam. I would go and help him pack his suitcase. I would shave his head for him, go out and hang out, and, you know, he would put me on the spot for different things. I'd help him prepare for classes. He'd have me, you know, ask me which verse it was. I would read the verse in the purport and pick out the, you know, and he had this beautiful shloka pack of index cards. So I would pick out from his cards the verses that I thought were pertinent to the purport, and then he would go through and pick out and reject whatever he wanted and pick whatever he wanted to speak about, because he was the expert class giver. I was just trying to, you know, do a little something to help him prepare for it. So I got tons of time over the years, and one of the times, right before he got sent to China, I walked up to his room. He asked me to do something. I forget what it was. He asked me to talk to somebody about something, and I went. He was up in the Darshan room, chanting rounds, and so I went and did what he said. And I came back, and he was so absorbed in chanting his rounds that I didn't want to even get close to him. I just felt like, wow, he's really, really deeply, deeply connected with the holy names. And I just felt so purified. I was like, wow. And so I just waited outside in the hallway. I kind of backed out and went around through the hallway and was waiting for him to. And it was really interesting because he already knew what I was going to answer. It was like he could read my mind, you know, through the. And he said what I was going to tell him. He told me what I was going to tell him, and I was like, wow, he's definitely not an ordinary human being, to say the least. And his determination to chant was like, it stuck with me for years. That one instance of watching him chant his rounds, I was like, oh, this is what serious japa is, you know. It was really inspiring. So he was inspiring in so many different ways. He was funny. He was so serious. He was such a great preacher. We went to Fiji. The first time we went with Indranila, and who was that lady, the banker? Marilyn. It was Indranila, Marilyn, who else? Her husband, that's right. And me and Kardama, right? So anyway, it was really amazing. So we're going in Fiji, right? And Gurudev's so powerful and so bold that we're traveling in the middle of nowhere to some little village in Fiji somewhere on dirt roads in a Jeep for like 2 hours, right? I don't know if you remember that. We went to a Sai Baba temple. There's these two huge pictures of Sai Baba on the outside of this beautiful building, which was a temple. And he set up outside the temple, and had this huge audience. And he's there blasting Sai Baba in front of all these Sai Baba people. And I was like, I wasn't used to that kind of heaviness yet in that sense, because I'd never been to Fiji and I didn't know really, I know he had been making a lot of devotees there. And I was like, oh my God, am I going to have to defend ourselves? Am I going to have to there's something, because he's like, it was so crazy. He was like, you know how he would stand, he's like, you know, stuff like that. And he said, anybody who can accept somebody like this as the supreme personality of Godhead has a really big problem, stuff like that, And I'm like, oh crap, this is a Sai Baba temple, But everybody ate it up, and he was so pure and so powerful that even if people argued with him, he so easily was able to make the Krishna conscious point out of it, It was like, so there was a lot of different times. And the second time we went to Fiji, when Dharma went, right, and Nandini and Kartikeya and everybody, I got to see a whole other side of him. Not another side, but a continued version of compassion that we were at this, and we went to the other island. I forget what the name of that island is. No. There's another island. That one where you saved the one piece of star fruit and it got distributed to everybody, and you took off, you ran off down the railroad tracks for the day and disappeared. Remember when you got angry? That island, I don't know what it's called, but Lambasa. There you go. Yeah, Lambasa. So we were there waiting for them to start this program at this thing called the Nityananda Hall. And I was staying in the house with Gurudev, and I think Dharma was there. You were there, Dharma? Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Bhagavan Ki Jai. So what happened was there were, and I didn't plan on saying these things. I had a whole other plan of what I was going to say, but this is what came out. So anyway, we're there in this house of this devotee, Vrindavan Chandra, I believe was whose house it was. And I think he was the president of the little Lambasa temple. And so the program was supposed to start, and they were going to pick up Gurudev like at a certain time, like 5 o'clock or something like that, right? So we're there waiting, we ate lunch, and we're waiting and waiting. And then they said, well, it's going to be longer. And I don't know what was really going on. And then they said, it's going to be longer. We ended up waiting there from 5 till 9. And Gurudev didn't lose his patience. You know how he could lose his patience? He didn't lose his patience at all. He was just chanting, and we're just doing japa and hanging out in the house. And I was losing my patience. And I was looking at him like, this is like a real stretch of time here that we're having to wait to go to this program. And he just wasn't at all, it was just like he was on vacation, kind of like just chill. And I don't remember who else was there. I think it could have been the same day Arjuna took off on his walk when he got angry, because we were at this devotee's house, and there was this huge star fruit tree, and I discovered it when I was out there, and I happened to have my camera. We had just eaten, Urdhaswat was just there with Gurudev and Kresh, I guess, and I walked out and I see this beautiful tree, looked like a Christmas tree. It was this huge tree with all these different colored star fruits on it, and there were hundreds of them on the ground and in the tree. And I walked up there and I was like, oh my God, this is a star fruit tree. You never get a good star fruit here in America. They send plastic star fruits. That's what they taste like. So I started eating them, picked them off the ground, and just offered them and ate them. And I was like, man, I got to tell everybody about this. This is a real find, because here we are in this tropical paradise. So I went up to the window, outside the window, because the Gurudev was with Urge on the second floor, and I said, Urge! I interrupted their conversation. I said, Urge! And he comes out off the veranda. I said, Urge, you got to come down here and check this out. There's this tree full of ripe star fruits, And then he comes out, and then everybody comes out, and we're having this feast at this star fruit tree. And then Gurudev comes out and says, what are you guys doing? I was like, Gurudev, we found a starfruit tree, and it's full of ripe starfruits. He goes, why didn't anybody give any to me? Why didn't anybody save me any? Right? So then that prompted Arjuna Krishna to at least take, I don't know how many he took from there, but he brought him to the other island, to Lambasa. Really? Oh. So anyway, so what happened was Arjuna gave the star fruits to the persons who were preparing the breakfast, and he said, make sure you only give this to Gurudev, because he missed him yesterday, and they didn't follow his instructions. They cut them all up and distributed them to everybody, and I think Gurudev only got one little slice, maybe, right? So that kind of, that, So anyway, there was all these things going on. It's a new place nobody's ever been there before. But then the reason why they were waiting so long is that they had done like the Ram Nomi thing, like when Lord Ramachandra came into town, into Ayodhya, they had the whole road lined up with people holding candles. So when we went to this Nityananda hall, all the devotees were lining the road holding like candles or something, some kind of, I don't know, I guess they were all candles, more or less. And so we drove up this beautiful road into this, coconut trees everywhere, and he gets out of the car, and then he asked me to lead the kirtan, because he was having me do the kirtans a lot, and then he would speak. So I sat next to him, and he was in this beautiful chair, and then he preached. He gave it like a 2-hour class, and by the time the class was over, it was like, I don't know, it was like 11 or so. And then he stayed up and met every single one of those devotees until 4 a.m. He met every single one and talked to every one of them. And I was like, well, there you go there's the real spiritual duty of a preacher who's willing to, do the duty with love and spend that time. And there was one, what was her name? Vishaka? There was this amazing young little girl. She was like 13 or 15 or something. She was running circles around everybody doing service. She was just like this little busy bee serving Gurudev, and it was so fun just watching her run circles around everybody doing service for Gurudev. But anyway, so when we finally, moved here to Dallas, just to see his vision for the Grihastas became like this futuristic, like from Prabhupada, because Prabhupada had that vision also. Prabhupada, the devotees couldn't even understand what Prabhupada was talking about not living in the temple and Grihastas being part of the community. Of course, Prabhupada lived in India where there was millions of Grihastas supporting the temples all over India. So Gurudev thought, this was something that was the necessary next step of our movement, and then he created this holy dham here that we're all enjoying in the service of Radha Kalachandji. So it was, it's always been a wonderful, thing to remember his dutiful determination and his affection, that he never stopped serving. He never even as trying to get his PhD, did it with such determination, got the best grades you could possibly get. He engaged so many devotees in helping him. I used to drive him to school many days of the week at SMU, and that was really fun, just driving him to school. He would, one time I took, I decided to go with a traffic light versus a shortcut. And he goes, Chaitanya. He would always call me Chaitanya. Chaitanya, he was joking with me. He goes, Chaitanya, he goes, you got to learn the tricks of the trade. You should take this shortcut. I'm like, yeah, I know, Gurudev. It was really funny. So, drive him there, and he would always be like, okay, how long did it take? Because I knew how to drive fast, so it was no problem. I could get him there at the time he wanted, but it was always entertaining just to drive him to school. And then a really kind of a, I mean, the most touching thing I think that we experienced with him probably was being with Kirtida. But yeah, and him being there all the time. But one of the other things was, for me, was when he had his prostate operation. He, at the last minute, he called me up to his room before he went to the hospital, and he says, Chaitanya, I want you to come with me to the hospital. So I forget where it was. It was Walnut Hill or somewhere up there. I can't remember which hospital it was now, but anyway, we went into there, and I walked with him, and we went into the room where you prepare to go to the operating room. So we sat in there and talked, and it was interesting because we had to wait, probably 20 minutes or something like that. And then they brought the gurney. They said, okay, now get on the gurney. So he gets on the gurney, and they were going to take. We said, wait. So then he's laying there, and he's like, he has to get into this whole meditation before he goes into this operation. So he's like, takes like 5 minutes to like adjust his mind and, whatever he was adjusting before he went in for the operation. And they said, okay, now you can take me. But he said, Chaitanya, I want you to be here because you make me feel peaceful. So that was pretty cool. But, no, Tomasic for sure. Actually, a real good joke was with him and me was we were walking, before I got married, we were walking around the temple, circumambulating the temple. And he goes, Chaitanya? He goes, I can't tell if you're a Shudra or a Brahmin. It was so funny, I swear. I was like, because he was the funniest. He had such wit and such a sense of humor. And I was just cracking up. I was like, wow. I said, don't worry, I'm a Shudra. I said, you don't have to think about it. I'm definitely a Shudra, And he laughed, and we were just walking around, and that's when he decided to, I told him I wanted to get married and stuff, so then eventually he showed me some pictures of Neela. And at first it didn't work out, but then later it worked out. And, but he was always like spending time trying to have prasadam with everybody, right? And make sure everybody was in a, that they were going in the right direction. And so it was pretty warming because nobody's done that since then. Nobody invites us to prasadam. It never happens. Once every 5 years maybe. He did it all the time. We had him at our house dozens of times for prasadam with all the sannyasis and everybody. Neela and her friends would cook and everybody would show up. But that personalism has dissipated on a certain level, right? Not everybody's that advanced where they can actually be personal. So, anyway.
When we would cook, when we were serving him. So then we'd clean everything. And they'd say, now take prasadam. Do you remember being up there, Kunti? We'd all sit outside. And he'd come in. He'd look at us all. Okay, now you take prasadam. So sweet. We'd all be sitting lined up. And such a loving father he was.
And funny.
And funny, so fun.
When Gurudev first passed away, the first Vyas Puja after that, a lot of people showed up, right? So many people came and spoke about these, and we weren't even aware of the volume of people that he had affected. So it was Carrie. She was up there, and she was preparing Gurudev's breakfast one morning, and Vidagda was supposed to be serving prasadam. And Vidagda, of course, was a little bit of a enlivened, energetic, funny person. I'll just say that, right? Anybody who knows him, they know what I'm talking about. So then what happened was she offered the food and he sat down to eat first before Gurudev did in the hallway there behind the door. And Gurudev came and he saw him and he slapped Vidagda in the face. And you could see the imprints of Gurudev's fingers on his face like blisters. He like whacked him. Because Vidagda was a character. And he didn't understand anything until you got intense with him, you know. So she's telling this story, and I could just see it, you know. I was like, oh yeah, I can see Gurudev smacking Vidagda because Vidagda was such a character, you know.
Yeah, and then at one point, Vidagda Madhava, he left, and he was, I think, in California, and he was really down, you know, in his life. But Gurudev would call him every now and then and say, Vidagda, what's going on? Well, Shri Gurudev, I don't have work, I cannot pay my rent. And Gurudev sent him money to pay the rent, you know. So that was Gurudev. I mean, yeah, maybe he would slap right when it was the right moment, and he would also pay his rent, you know. So he was like that with his disciples. He would rescue us in many levels.
Yeah, he was really strict with me, and on the Radha Damodar party, I ended up borrowing another Sankirtan leader's van, and they hadn't been checking the oil in the van, so I got it, and it was out of oil, and I didn't check the oil, so it burned the engine up. So Gurudev said, "Well, you're paying for it." So I had to spend my Sundays, which was my day off, going out and selling books to collect the money to pay for the van repair. And then in 1993, when I took Mother Kirtada to India, I took Mother Mirabai's mail and a bunch of people's mail to bring to Gurudev, and nobody told me it was loaded with cash. I didn't know that. So I just stuck it in the normal bag I had, you know, with my stuff and his, but I hid it a little bit in the bag, but you know. So we get to Malaysia, and some guy that was staying in the house I was in, who was a renowned thief in Vrindavan, he went into the bag and stole the envelope with, I think it was like at least 1,500, but maybe closer to 2,000 bucks. I forget how much it was. So then I brought all the letters to Gurudev when I got to Vrindavan, and then a few hours later he calls somebody, he sends somebody, he says, Chaitanya, there's money missing. And I'm like, what money? He goes, people sent money in their letters. I was like, how come nobody told me there was money in the letters? I would have kept it in my belt, you know? I wouldn't have like let anything happen. He goes, well, the money's gone and it's your fault. I'm like, okay. But so I started researching in Vrindavan about this particular person, because I heard he was a pujari there, and all the senior persons said, oh, this guy's been a thief, he steals cameras, he steals this and that. And so then, Gurudev spoke to his guru, and then maybe 2 years later, I don't even know, it was 2 years, I'm sitting back here in the tump room in the back, chanting my rounds, and Gurudev comes to the back door, and he goes, Chaitanya, he's got this really funny, unusual, cute, like, rascally smile on his face, and I didn't recognize that smile, because I've seen his expressions millions of times, you know. And then when he gave that expression, I was like, all right, something's happening here, something funny's happening. So he said, you come with me. And I'm like, all right, no problem. And I was working for Touchstone at the time and had money, so I paid him back like 900 bucks or whatever I don't remember how much it was, either 700 or 900 bucks I gave him, and he made Yudhisthira pay the rest because Yudhisthira was also complacent and he didn't tell me that I was carrying money. So he made him pay the other half, you know. I didn't know about that until later. But anyway, so I come to his room, and he outside of his office, and he goes, okay, just wait a minute. And I'm like, okay, this is all unusual stuff. completely for him and me, I was like, so he goes, okay, Chaitanya, close your eyes and open your hand. And I'm like, huh? Close your eyes and open your hand. I said, okay. And he starts putting these $100 bills in my hand. And I'm like, what happened? Why are you giving me this money? I don't want this money. I give you money. What are you giving me the money for? He goes, well, that person that you said, I spoke with his guru, and his guru forced him to give the money back because he admitted that he stole the money. So Gurudev, gave me back however much it was in this very funny, joking type of way. It was really interesting. So he was always very reciprocal. Because I didn't really, I argued with him a little bit about it. I was like, hey, I did. And then I said, oh, I know who stole the money. And then he goes, really? And I said, yeah, I know exactly who it was. And then I did my research and I told him about it, and then Krishna resolved it. But anyway, so I did have a little bit of, argumentation. Normally I never argued with him because he would always ask me, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And I'm like, oh man, what are you asking me for? What do you think about this person? And what do you think about that person? Devotees, right? And I'm like, they're all good friends of mine. You're asking me about them. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to say anything. And but he would always ask me all these questions all the time. And I was always like reluctant to sometimes I would get into it with him. But anyway, I was trying to remember what I was originally going to say when I came over here, but I think it was about his dutifulness of everything he did, He always responded to his correspondence. He always met with the devotees. He was always here chanting japa with us in the temple room. I was sick one time, and I didn't come to the morning program for, a few days or something. I forget what happened. And then I came back, and I was, there at Mangal Artik, chanting my rounds with him and everybody else. And he goes, Chaitanya, he goes, you've gone from ignorance to goodness in 3 days. And I was like, oh, cool, thank you. It was like he could really see your consciousness level very, very quickly and easily because he was so intelligent, so observant, and so pure himself. So that's why he could preach to so many people and affect so many people. He was very, very deep himself and very, could look into the future in a sense and plan things. And anyway, I don't want to talk too much longer. How long are we going for? When's the japa class? How long do we have for before the japa period starts? You guys still do the japa class in here? You don't do it in here anymore? Okay. Yeah, anyway. A lot of good times there in Fiji and all over the world. And he took me with him to Fiji that time, and then he took me with him to Australia, and then New Zealand. And when we went to Australia, Melbourne, and Kurma was there. And Kurma cooked for him lunch, because it was in Ekadasi. So naturally I got to go with that, And so I'm just hanging out with all them, and Kurma's discussing a couple of different plants and how they weren't grains and controversial stuff like chocolate. Yeah, it was funny. But the prasadam was really good. And then Gurudev was like, Chaitanya, go give class. You can't just eat. You got to do some service here. I was like, yeah, no problem. Tell me when to, I'll set it up. So he always wanted to make sure I was doing something. And then the first time in Fiji, he wanted me to stay in Fiji and preach there and become like the preacher at this beautiful little town of 10,000 people called Reiki. And that's where this devotee, Panchatattva, had a house. There was a little preaching center. And there was a tiny little Hanuman like temple up above the temple on this little hill. And he brought me there, and then he started promoting me like I was this big preacher person to everybody there in Fiji, right? So he got them all convinced, yes, we want Chaitanya to stay here, right? And then he's in somebody's house, he's in Jagannath's house, Reverend Prashadam, and he's talking to Yudhishthira on the phone. Yudhishthira says, no, you can't have Chaitanya. And I'm coaching Gurudev as he's on the phone, because Gurudev holds the phone like this. And I'm talking to him as he's talking to Yudhishthira. I said, no, I don't even like Yudhishthira. I said it in a different way, but it was, I was trying to get through to Gurudev that, I'd rather be here in Fiji preaching because this is what you want me to do. I'm willing to come here and do what you want, But Yudhishthira was very strong. No, we don't want Chaitanya. We don't want him to leave. He has to stay here, right? So Gurudev was like, no. And he was like, okay, Chaitanya, So I got all the paperwork, which is like 150 pages of paperwork to be able to get a visa to do religious work in Fiji. And when I came back, I met this stone wall of no's from everybody. Everybody's like, no, you can't go to Fiji. You have to stay here. You're part of the Kalachandji's restaurant thing, and you're this and that. And there was a lot of stuff in between, but anyway. So Krishna didn't let me go to heaven at that point. So I was like not pious enough to go to the heavenly planet of Fiji. Yeah, and the papayas were kind of like to die for. They were the best thing on earth, those papayas. And we used to walk, and Gurudev sent me there with Nitai Chand a couple years later, because Narayan Maharaj was there doing his programs. And he got Nitai Chand and myself to fly over there. And I think we spent 3 weeks going there and being there. And I met Jagannath, who was hosting Narayan Maharaj. He had rejected Gurudev, because Gurudev chastised him one time. Because he was a wealthy, rich guy, and he was very proud, And Gurudev, I don't know what the point was exactly. I don't remember I don't know the discussion, but Gurudev said something to him to chastise him, and he couldn't take it, and so he rejected Gurudev. So anyway, I was on this beautiful beach front walk, and I saw Jagannath, and he came up to me and he said, so what are you doing? I said, well, I'm here with Nitai Chand Maharaj, and we're here to do programs for the next 3 weeks. Because Gurudev didn't want his disciples to go to another Narayan Maharaj camp, because they were very, I didn't like the way they were promoting themselves. They were criticizing Gurudev and criticizing everybody and lying about things. And the last thing that I remember when Gurudev gave that heavy duty class there, it was like the most Nrsingadev class I've ever heard in my entire life, where Gurudev was like so much on fire, just protecting Prabhupada and ISKCON and the devotees. And because there was one of the Narayan Maharaj people in the audience, and he was so heavy, and we were there like, yeah, like we were just rah, 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 and it was like a fight, and he was the clear winner with there was no defense being offered. It was just him and preaching so strongly. And so he sent us there, and so as soon as I told him that, Narayan Maharaj jumped on a plane and went back to Australia. He didn't want to, because they had a relationship, him and Gurudev, because Gurudev went there back in the old days when everybody was going to see Narayan Maharaj, and he knew Tamal Krishna Goswami was Prabhupada's right-hand man, so yeah, and he did, back in those days he did some service, but anyway, Gurudev was very protective, and he would go walk the extra mile to make sure that people didn't deviate and didn't become cheated by others. You know, he wanted to make sure that. So we were very lucky that we got that training, that we can sniff out the Maya the way he showed us to sniff it out, and the way Prabhupada showed him, and the way Prabhupada, you know, understood how to become free from all the external cheating and our own internal cheating. Anyway, I've talked long enough. I could still go on for another couple hours, but because I've got so many different, like everybody, so much experience with Gurudev, but
I had a dream. We were down in Guru Prasad Swami's ashram, and speaking about Sai Baba, I had a very vivid dream. So Srila Gurudev was sitting, he was right there, and there were just a handful of disciples, maybe like 20 disciples, you know, there. And there was a stage, and there was like this Sai Baba type character out there. And he was speaking, he was saying, you're all God. And all of these people were saying, yes, we're all God, we're all God. This is such a vivid dream. And Gurudev got up, he went on the stage, and he was like fire in my dream, and defeated them all. And he started chanting on the stage, and then the people started chanting. It was a really vivid dream.
yeah, certain people have that shakti where they can change the way things are going, and he definitely had that shakti all the way. It was like, it wasn't just what he said, it was his purity and his determination, and it was like, whoa, right? It was very, very interesting. I had a similar experience in Mexico many years ago when I used to go with Chitsukananda to Mexico, and we went to this big, like state fair type arena place that was a pyramid city. There was like a dozen pyramids, this place called Tajín. And we were in the healer camp for these Totonaca Indians and different yogi people. And there was some Mayavadi yogis there. And so Chit was chanting japa, going to all these different little morning programs these people were having. And the yogis were saying that they were God. So we were sitting inside this beautiful arena, this place that was about as big as a tumper room, like a pole barn, you know, this structure with a beautiful bread oven at the other end, and we had these crazy stoves, and he was cooking out of clay pots, which I'd never done before. So I was like, how in the heck do you cook out of a clay pot, you know? But he knew what he was doing. So then we gathered like 200 people in a big circle. Maybe 150 wasn't, but it was a huge amount of people in this circle, and we did this kirtan to offer the food with everybody. But he first sang Bhaktisiddhanta's prayer, and then Prabhupada's, and I was like, that's very interesting, why he's singing Bhaktisiddhanta's prayer. And then in Spanish, he starts telling all these people, because there's all these heavy, what are the gurus of the traditional, the shamans. All these really famous shamans are there, right? And all these other people. And Chit said, there are a group of yogis here that are teaching that they are God. And this is complete nonsense. And some of those yogis were in the audience. But most of the people were pious, Catholic, you know, type of Christian, mainly Catholic people. And they all nodded their heads like, yeah, we're not God, you know. And but the girl that was helping us, Annapurna, she got very upset because the organizers were Mayavadis. So she was like, you shouldn't have said that, you shouldn't have said that, you know. And I was like, I was defending Chit. I said, no. I said it's his duty to purify the situation. And then the next morning, the girl who was complaining that he had said it, she came up and she said, I thought all night about it, and we're not God, And then the yoga teacher himself comes up, and he's all humble, offering pranams, and he goes, I just wanted to come and apologize that, it's the teaching of the particular school of yoga that I teach, that they say this and that, but I said, I personally believe that Ram and Vishnu are God and Krishna. I don't believe in this other thing that even though I have to repeat it as part of my being a teacher. And then I went to the lady who was there that was complaining, and the devotee girl, and I said, see, Krishna purified the situation. So when you got people who are that purified and intense, they can come in and purify someplace. And Gurudev was that kind of person. He could come in and just walk in and purify the place. What to speak of what he preached. And if there was some defect, he would immediately sniff it out and stomp it out, So he was always protecting everybody. And so, that's kind of the mood that we hope we can develop someday. Kunda?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you all so much. Thank you, Pita, for sharing. And we'll continue these, and maybe we can do slideshows. Everyone's got such incredible and visual remembrances of some amazing stories and times. Thank you.
কিবা জয় জয় গোরা চাঁদে আরতি কোশোভা। কিবা জয় জয়া গোরা চাঁদের আরতি কোশোভা। জাহ্নবীর তট বনে জাগমন লোভা। দক্ষিণে নিতাই চাঁদ বামে গদাধর। কিবা দক্ষিণে তাই চাঁদ বামে গদাধর। নিকাটে আদ্বৈতা শ্রীনি বাস ছাত্রধারা। বশী আছে গোরা চাঁদ রত্ন সিংহাসনে। নিয়তি করে না ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগানে। আরতি করে না ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগানে। নরহরি আদি করি চামর ঢুলায়। কিবা নরহরি আদি করি চামর ঢুলায়া। সঞ্জয়া মুকুন্দা বাসু ঘোষ আদি গায়া শঙ্খা বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল কিবা শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে বাজে করতালা মধুরা মৃদঙ্গা বাজে পরম রসাল শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে বহু কোটি চন্দ্রজিনী বদন উজালা কিবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্রজিনী বদন উজালা গালা দেশে বানামালা আদনা বানামালা কারে ঝালমালা গালা দেশে বানামালা কারে ঝালমালা শিব শুকা নারদা প্রেমে গাদ গাদ ভাকাতি বিনোদ দেখে গোরার সম্পাদা গৌরাঙ্গের আরতিক শোভা মধুর 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 লোভা গৌরাঙ্গের আরতিক শোভা জগ জান মান লোভা গৌরাঙ্গের আরতিক শোভা জগ জান মান লোভা জাগা জানা মান লোভা নামো বিষ্ণুপদায় কৃষ্ণপৃষ্ঠায় ভূতলে শ্রীমতে ভক্তিবেদান্ত স্বামী নীতি নামিনে नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jai Sachidanandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachidanandana Gaura Hari. Jaya Jaya Sachidanandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachidanandana Gaura Hari. Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Radhe. Jaya Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Radhe. Jaya Gaur Nitai Gaur Nitai Jaya Gaur Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Jai Om Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya, Shtotara Shata Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON Founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki, Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki, Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Dham Ki, Jamuna Mayi Ki, Ganga Mayi Ki, Tulsi Devi Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Oh no.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you all for coming today to our Sunday program. I just want to start off with at the rendering of the program. We have at 5:45 we have 2 youth engagements for ages 2 to 11. We have hands-on art and creativity at the activity room, and for our ages 12 and 12 plus, we have a storytelling of Krishna's pastimes, games with in the Darshan room at 5:45 also. And then we also have a talk by His Holiness Bhakti Ashraya Vaishnav Swami on Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and at the community hall, which you will basically exit through the front from the gift shop and then up the stairs. And also we'll have a workshop at Krishna House, which is reframing life's problems through the bhakti perspective with Shamali and Indranila Prabhu. This will be at the Krishna House. And then we'll have feast at 6:30. Is Mother Manjali here by any chance? No, okay. Our sincere gratitude to one of our anonymous donors for sponsoring Sunday Feast today. And if you'd like to sponsor a Sunday Feast or any special occasion, please contact Nishringa Rupa Prabhu, Dwarka Prabhu, or Padmamachi, or simply donate on our temple website or Zelle. Today's feast is prepared by Vaishnav Sevaka Prabhu and team, cut-up team. We want to thank Radha Krishna Prabhu for organizing the vegetable cut-up on every week. We also have our serve-out team. We're grateful to you, led by Mathura Priya Prabhu, Aparuna Krishna Prabhu, Arjun Krishna Prabhu, and Nagarjuna Prabhu. Our cleanup team, we have led by Daujini Thai Prabhu, Abhiram Pran Gora Prabhu, Tulsi Sharan Prabhu, and Rajendra Sudha Prabhu, Rakesh Prabhu, and Chetan Prabhu. Also, we're grateful to Devinam Prabhu and Pramita Prabhu and their team who clean up the serve-out area and where we honor Prasadam. Thank you. We're really grateful to all of you. We also have upcoming programs that we have is Bhaktivinoda Thakur's disappearance day on Tuesday, July 14th. Please do come. And we also have Chandan Yatra on Sunday, July 19th, which we'll have Madhu Manjali talk a little bit about. And to all our newcomers, if you're here for the first time, please see our book table during feast to receive a free Bhagavad Gita as it is, as a token of gratitude from Sri Prabhupada and Radhakacharya to you. I'll just get Mother Manjali real quick. 1 second.
Sorry. Hare Krishna. So every year in Vrindavan, during the time of May, April, May, it's very hot. And so they cover the Lord with chandan for a whole month to cool him down. We can't do that in April and May because it's cold over here. So we do it once a year in July. And that time is coming next week. So next Sunday we will be having Chandan Yatra where the deities will be completely covered with chandan and they will not be wearing an outfit. They'll just be wearing everything with flowers. Their skirt will be flowers. Everything is flowers. It gives a very cooling atmosphere to the altar. And so for that we will start grinding chandan Monday morning onwards. In a corner we will have all the chandan grinding stuff left there. Anybody at any time can come and grind some chandan. As long as you do some achman, so your hands are clean when you're doing the chandan because that chandan is going to be put on the Lord. And that's one opportunity for all of us to do some direct service for the Lord. Normally it's a person who's second initiated, who can go on the altar and do some service. This is one time where the Lord is giving us all an opportunity to do some direct service for the Lord. And that's by grinding the chandan. When you grind that chandan is put directly on the Lord. So take advantage of that opportunity. From Monday to Saturday, we will be grinding chandan. Every day the equipment will be kept there and people can come anytime and grind chandan. And then on Sunday, the curtains will open very late because the chandan has to dry before we can do anything on them. And then after that, in the evening, we'll have a nice festival. And the chandan that is put on the Lord will be removed in the evening and offered to everybody. So everybody gets a little bit of chandan on their head. Okay? So it's going to be an amazing festival, a beautiful festival. Please take advantage of that day, and please, everybody do come. Spread the word to all your friends. It's a once in a year life opportunity, once in a year opportunity to come and see the Lord fully chandan. And he will not be black, he will be creamish color. Once a year you see Kala Chanji as white Kala Chanji. Okay, Hare Krishna.
It is on Sunday, I repeat, so we're expecting everyone to be here since you're here today as well. Okay, again, I do want to repeat that all the education programs that are happening, there's youth engagement for 2 to 11, there's hands-on and art creativity, and for 12 plus we have storytelling. And we also have talk at the community hall by His Holiness Bhakti Ashraya Vaishnav Swami. His Holiness Bhakti Ashraya Swami Maharaj ki. And workshop is at the Krishna House again. Thank you, everyone. So again, I repeat that there's no program here right now. Darshan will be open, but the main program, the talk by Maharaj will be upstairs. So if everyone would like to head up there now and get ready. No.
Just to give the direction.
Okay, so basically you'd be exiting through the gift shop door on that side and taking a right and going up the stairs.
Yeah. Through the green carpet.
Oh, there's green carpet? Through the green carpet. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hey Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe, Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Follow. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai 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 Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Last time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ram, Hare Hare, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. hired up devotees around. Sakshi Gopal. Oh, you never saw me. I come usually in the morning. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Shrink that first.
Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad halad daine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatanka nakhalaye. Shilatanka nakhalaye. Ito Narsimha parito Narsimha. Narsimha parito Narsimha. Yato yato yami tato Narsimha. Yato yato yami tato Narsimha. Bahir Narsimha hridaye Narsimha. Bahir Narsimha hridaye Narsimha. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapadye. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapadye. Tav kar kamal vare nakham. Adbhut shringam dalita hiranyakashipu. Tanu bhringam keshav dhrita nar hari rupa. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Tav kar kamal vare nakham. Adbhut shringam dalita hiranyakashipu. Tanu bhringam keshav dhrita nar hari rupa. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Keshav dhrita nar hari rupa. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Keshav dhrita nar hari rupa. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai Jagdish Hare. Jai ho Narasimha Dev. Narasimha Dev. Narasimha Dev. Jai ho Narasimha Dev. Jai ho Narasimha Dev. Narasimha Dev. Narasimha Dev. Jai ho Narasimha Dev. Jai ho Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj. Jai ho Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj. जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय प्रहलाद महाराज की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी हरि
Neither side. Oh, sorry. Oh, for this? Maybe. I'll just bear with it. Yeah. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe, Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha Kala Chandri Radhe, Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. 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 Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutade Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य
Everybody, please.
प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त
One more time, please. Everybody, a little loudly.
जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद न प्रेमाश्रवणादिर्भक्तिरपि वा योगोऽथवा वैष्णवो ज्ञानं वा शुभकर्म वा कियदहो सज्जातिरप्यस्ति वा हीनाधार्धिकसाधके त्वयि तथा प्यच्छेद्यमूला सती हे गोपी जनवल्लभ व्यथयते हाहामराशेवमाम्
O my Lord, I do not have any love for you, nor am I qualified for discharging devotional service by chanting and hearing. Nor do I possess the mystic power of a Vaishnava, knowledge or pious activities. Nor do I belong to a very high caste family. On the whole, I do not possess anything. Still, O beloved of the gopis, because you bestow your mercy on the most fallen, I have an unbreakable hope that is constantly in my heart, which is always giving me pain.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everybody please sing with your heart. Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Shri Radha Ji ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Cha Cha Cha. Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama,
very loudly. Hare Krishna, Hare. Everybody, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Kalachandji, Radhe Radhe. 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 Radha Kalachandji, Radhe Radhe. Radha Kalachandji, Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Nitai 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 Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo.
Namaste Nara Singhaya. Namaste Nara Singhaya. Oh, Namaste Nara Singhaya. Namaste Nara Singhaya. Oh, Namaste Nara Singhaya. Daine Adela Prela Dela Daine Prela Dela Daine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shila Tanka Nakhalaye Shila Tanka Nakhalaye Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha Yato Yato yatoyami tato nashimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Bahe Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Narsimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Narsimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Narsimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Jaya Narsimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Avakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubhingam Keshavadhrita Nadahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Avakada Kamalavare Nakha Adbhuta Shringa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare O Keshavadhrita